A single spiral horn has captivated human imagination for thousands of years. The myth of the unicorn is far more than a simple fairy tale. It is a profound symbol woven into the very fabric of our history, from ancient scriptures to modern dreams. By the end of our journey, you will hold the complete story of this legendary creature, understanding how a beast of immense power was transformed into an icon of serene grace. We will uncover why its horn was once worth more than gold and how it became trapped by a maiden's innocence. I would love to know where in the world you are listening from right now and what the hour feels like there. What does the idea of true purity truly mean to you? Our story begins not in the enchanted forests of Europe, but in the sun-scorched river valleys of the ancient world. Long before the unicorn became a symbol of courtly love, it was a creature of raw, untamed power. Archaeologists excavating the ruins of the Indus Valley civilization, a culture that flourished over 4,000 years ago, uncovered small stone seals. Carved into these artifacts are the profiles of powerful single-horned bulls. While not the elegant horse we envision today, these images are profound. They represent one of humanity's earliest fascinations with a beast bearing a solitary horn, a symbol of immense strength and perhaps even divine connection. This idea of a singular horn then traveled west, finding its way into the meticulous notes of Greek historians. A man named Ctesias, serving as a physician in the Persian court around 400 years before the Common Era, recorded tales from travelers returning from India. He described a creature he called the wild ass of India, swift and untamable, with a pure white body, a dark red head, and piercing blue eyes. But its most remarkable feature was a single horn on its forehead, about 1.5 feet long. This was no mere decoration. Ctesias claimed the horn was striped, white at the base, black in the middle, and with a vibrant crimson tip. More importantly, he wrote that drinking vessels carved from this horn could protect a person from all poisons and cure seizures. Even the great philosopher Aristotle, in his own Histories of Animals, mentioned the existence of such a beast, solidifying its place in the early European imagination. So from its very inception, the unicorn was a paradox. It was a wild, ferocious animal from a distant, almost mythical land, yet it carried on its brow the ultimate antidote, a tool for purity and healing. How did these two opposing ideas of brute force and gentle cure first become entwined? The answer lies in the very nature of the world these ancient people inhabited. This ancient paradox of power and purity did not remain confined to the tales of travelers. It soon echoed through the most sacred of texts, finding a home within the very Word of God. When we open the King James Bible, the unicorn appears with surprising frequency, a symbol of immense and untamable strength. In the book of Numbers, God is described as having the power of a unicorn. The Psalms speak of a unicorn being brought down, its horn exalted, yet the original Hebrew text tells a different story. The word used there is ram, a creature now believed by most scholars to be a reference to the wild ox, the now extinct aurochs. This was no delicate horse-like being. The aurochs was a colossal beast, a symbol of ferocious, indomitable power that could not be yoked to a plow or tamed by any human hand. Its strength was its defining quality, a force of raw, divine creation. So how did the ram become the unicorn? The translation was an act of profound interpretation. Greek scholars rendering the Hebrew scriptures into Greek chose the word monokeros, meaning one-horned. Later, Latin translators used unicornes. When the King James translators were at work centuries later, they inherited this linguistic tradition. They were men steeped in the classical legends of Ctesias and Aristotle. Faced with a powerful, untamable beast described in the original texts, the image of the singular horn felt like a natural fit. It was a fusion of faith and folklore, where the symbolic power of the biblical beast merged with the emerging myth of the one-horned creature. In this theological context, the unicorn was not a gentle savior, but a manifestation of God's own majestic and untamable might. Its refusal to be bound by man was a metaphor for divine will, a power that could only be revered, never controlled. This stands in such stark contrast to the creature that would later kneel before a virgin in a European garden. How did this symbol of ultimate divine strength become so diminished, so domesticated? The answer lies in a journey across continents and a fundamental shift in what humanity valued most. This symbol of divine might would undergo a remarkable transformation as it journeyed from the deserts of the ancient Near East into the misty forests and great halls of medieval Europe. Here, the untamable beast of the Bible was slowly reshaped by a new set of ideals, those of chivalry and courtly love. The unicorn began to appear everywhere, carved into cathedral pews, emblazoned on noble coats of arms, and meticulously detailed in illuminated bestiaries. These were not scientific texts but moral encyclopedias of the animal kingdom, where every creature held a lesson. In their pages, the unicorn was no longer just strong, it was swift and elusive, a creature of such profound purity that it could only be captured through a very specific kind of magic. The most breathtaking depiction of this new legend can be found in a series of 7 intricate tapestries known as the Hunt of the Unicorn. Woven from wool, silk, and silver thread, they tell a vivid, silent story. In the first panels, aristocratic hunters and their hounds pursue the graceful white creature through a dense forest teeming with symbolic flora. The unicorn is elusive, clever, and fiercely independent, easily defending itself. The hunt seems destined to fail, but then the strategy changes. The hunters do not capture the unicorn with force, they lead a virgin maiden to a secluded grove. She sits alone, and as the unicorn senses her presence, it approaches. It is drawn not by fear or aggression, but by her absolute innocence. It lays its head in her lap, and in that moment of tranquil surrender it is captured. The final and most famous tapestry shows the unicorn alive once more, resting in a circular enclosure chained to a pomegranate tree. It appears serene, yet the imagery is deeply layered. The red stains on its white coat could be juice from the pomegranates, a symbol of fertility and resurrection, or they could be the wounds of its passion. To the medieval mind, this entire sequence was a rich allegory. The unicorn represented Christ, hunted by humanity, who could only be captured through the pure vessel of the Virgin Mary. Its death and subsequent resurrection in the enclosed garden mirrored the story of the crucifixion and the hope of eternal life. Yet the story also worked on a secular level, embodying the ideals of courtly love. The unattainable lady, as pure as the maiden, could tame the wild, noble heart of her suitor. The unicorn became the ultimate symbol of the unattainable pursued, a prize that could not be taken by force but only won through virtue and reverence. This single image, the fierce and holy beast gently kneeling in a maiden's lap, forever cemented the unicorn's connection to innocence and grace, completely overshadowing its origins as a creature of raw, untamed power. But what was the source of this miraculous horn that made the creature so valuable in the first place? And how did it fuel a trade so lucrative it could make a merchant king? That horn, a symbol of divine might and courtly surrender, would soon find its purpose in a different kind of quest. As the medieval age gave way to the Renaissance, the unicorn was reborn not in a tapestry, but in the coded pages of the alchemist's laboratory. Here, the creature was stripped of its forest glamour and became something far more potent, a vital component in the greatest pursuit of all, the quest for the philosopher's stone. In the smoky, secretive world of the alchemist, nothing was merely what it seemed. Every substance, every process was a symbol for a spiritual truth. The unicorn, in this new language, came to represent the purified spirit, a volatile and elusive substance known as mercury. This was not the simple metal we know today, but the philosophical mercury, the fluid feminine principle of transformation. It was the essential agent that could dissolve and purify base matter, the first step in creating the elixir of life. You would often find the unicorn depicted in intricate alchemical illustrations, locked in a dynamic struggle or a sacred embrace with its opposite, the lion. The lion symbolized the fixed masculine principle of sulfur, the fiery soul of matter. Their confrontation was not a battle for dominance, but a necessary dance. The unicorn's cool, mercurial nature had to unite with the lion's hot, sulfurous spirit. This reconciliation of opposites, the marriage of moon and sun, fluid and fixed, was the central mystery of the alchemical work. It was the only way to achieve the magnum opus, the great work that would yield the philosopher's stone, a substance said to grant eternal life and turn lead into gold. So when an alchemist studied an image of a unicorn and a lion drinking from the same cup, he was not looking at a fairy tale. He was looking at a precise recipe for spiritual and material perfection. The unicorn was no longer just a beast to be captured by a maiden. It was the very essence of change itself, the purified spirit that could elevate the base elements of both metal and man into a state of flawless, eternal purity. This alchemical dream of ultimate transformation, however, created a demand so intense that it sparked a ruthless and global trade, one built upon a brilliant and cruel deception. While European alchemists sought to capture the unicorn spirit in their flasks, an entirely different kind of one-horned being was revered in the East. Across the vast expanse of Asia, the myth of the Kilin flourished, a creature of such profound grace that its very footsteps were said to make no sound. This was no mere beast of the forest, but a celestial omen woven from the very fabric of cosmic harmony. Its form was a breathtaking tapestry of the animal kingdom, a chimera that combined the gentle head of a dragon, the scaled body of a deer, and the hooves of an ox. Sometimes it bore a single horn, tipped with flesh as a sign of its peaceful nature, and its back was often adorned with the 5 sacred colors. The Kilin's arrival was never an accident. It descended from the heavens only at the dawn of a golden age, appearing at the birth of a great sage like Confucius or at the passing of a benevolent ruler. Its presence was a divine announcement, a signal that a period of immense wisdom and prosperity was beginning. This creature was the antithesis of violence, so pure it would not even tread upon a blade of grass for fear of harming it, and its voice was said to resemble the sound of wind chimes. Where the Western unicorn was a prize to be hunted and captured, the Kilin was a messenger to be honored and contemplated. It represented the arrival of peace, the reward for a just and virtuous society, and the embodiment of cosmic benevolence made manifest on earth. This elegant symbol of divine favor would, however, soon collide with the Western world in a way that would forever blur the lines between these two majestic legends. That alchemical dream of ultimate transformation created a desperate hunger for a physical object, a hunger that could only be satisfied by a brilliant and cruel deception. The magical properties ascribed to the unicorn's horn, known as alicorn, were not just fanciful stories, they were articles of faith for kings and commoners alike. For centuries, this substance was considered the ultimate panacea, a universal cure that could neutralize any poison, cure epilepsy, and heal a multitude of ailments from the plague to a simple fever. A single cup carved from this horn was believed to sweat and bubble if it came into contact with a poisoned liquid, rendering the toxin harmless. Powdered alicorn was a prized ingredient in apothecary shops, prescribed at great cost to the wealthiest and most powerful people in Europe. But where did this miraculous material actually come from? The answer lies not in enchanted forests, but in the frigid Arctic waters. for the so-called unicorn horn was almost always the long spiraled tusk of the male narwhal, a small whale that swims the northern seas. Enterprising traders, particularly from Denmark and the Netherlands, orchestrated one of history's most successful and enduring frauds. They brought these exotic tusks back from the far north and sold them to a credulous and hopeful continent as the genuine horns of unicorns. The tusk's natural spiral only added to its mystical appeal, seeming to confirm its otherworldly origin. The value placed on these tusks was astronomical. A single fine specimen could be worth more than its weight in gold, often valued at tens of thousands of dollars in today's money. It became the ultimate status symbol and a necessary component of any royal treasury or cabinet of curiosities. The Holy Roman Emperor Charles V presented 2 unicorn horns to the French king to secure a political debt. Catherine de' Medici tested a horn against a powerful poison on a condemned criminal, and when he survived, its reputation was sealed. For centuries, this blend of myth and commerce thrived, propped up by the genuine belief in the horn's power and the immense profits to be made. It was a global deception built on a local legend, proving that the desire for purity and protection could be a market force as powerful as any mythical beast. How did this deeply ingrained belief, this multi-million-dollar trade, finally begin to crumble under the weight of a new, more skeptical age? This belief in the unicorn's power was so absolute that it became immortalized not just in apothecary jars, but in the very symbols of kingdoms. The creature leapt from the pages of bestiaries and onto the battlefield, emblazoned on shields and banners as a heraldic beast of immense significance. In the language of heraldry, where every color, posture, and object carries a specific meaning, the unicorn was a symbol of extreme and often paradoxical virtues. It represented both fierce independence and impeccable purity, raw power and virtuous chastity. A unicorn depicted rearing on its hind legs, known as rampant, was a declaration of martial strength and noble courage. If it was shown collared and chained, it did not signify slavery, but rather the idea that great power had been rightfully harnessed in the service of a just ruler or a noble cause. No example illustrates this complex symbolism more powerfully than the royal coat of arms of the United Kingdom. Look closely at this famous emblem. On one side stands the crowned lion of England, a familiar symbol of royal authority. And on the other, you will find a magnificent unicorn representing Scotland. But this is not a free creature of the forest. It is shackled, bound by a golden chain and a crown-shaped collar. This deliberate imagery tells a story of political domination, a visual declaration that the untamable spirit of Scotland had been subdued and captured by the English crown. It is a direct echo of the medieval hunt, where the wild beast is only captured by the purest of means, here translated into a narrative of conquest and unity. Yet for the Scots, the chained unicorn could also be read as a badge of honor, a testament to their own indomitable spirit that required such a powerful symbol to represent its forced restraint. Beyond this famous example, heraldic unicorns were often shown with a single spiraled horn, which itself was called the horn of vigilance, a symbol of piercing truth and defense against deception. They stood as guardians of gateways and supporters of shields, their very presence a promise that the family or kingdom they represented upheld the highest ideals of chivalry, purity, and strength. This transformation from a wild biblical beast to a regulated emblem of state power shows just how completely the myth was woven into the structures of society. But what happens when such a deeply embedded symbol is confronted by a new age of reason, when explorers return from distant lands not with mythical horns, but with creatures that defy all existing fairy tales? These enchanted forests were not merely places on a map, they were realms of pure potential existing just beyond the edge of ordinary sight. To find one, you would have to leave the well-trodden paths and step into the deep cathedral quiet of an ancient wood. Here, the air itself feels different, thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade. Sunlight does not simply fall, it filters down through a canopy of oak and silver birch in shimmering golden shafts, illuminating a world untouched by axe or plow. The ground is a soft carpet of moss so deep and vibrant, it feels like walking on emerald clouds, and it is dotted with flowers that seem to glow with their own inner light. You might find a clearing where the grass is impossibly green, encircled by trees with bark that appears to be made of polished moonstone. A spring of crystal clear water bubbles up from between the roots of an ancient hawthorn, its waters so pure they are said to hold the memory of the world's first morning. In this sanctuary, every leaf is perfectly formed, every dewdrop a perfect sphere of captured light. There is no decay, no blight, only the gentle humming harmony of life in its most ideal state. This is the domain of eternal spring, where the air is always warm and sweet, and a profound, resonant peace settles over everything. It is a place that exists not just in geography, but in spirit, a reflection of the creature that calls it home. The unicorn does not simply live here, it is the heart of this place. Its graceful passage through the glens causes the flowers to bloom more brightly in its wake, and its horn purifies the very water it drinks from. This hidden world is a perfect closed circle of grace, a sanctuary where the wild and the pure exist in perfect balance, forever safe from the noise and strife of the world beyond the trees. Yet this perfect sanctuary could not remain hidden forever from a world that desired to possess its magic, leading to a hunt that would redefine the very soul of the beast. This ultimate symbol of purity could only be subdued by its own reflection. The enduring image of the unicorn laying its head in a maiden's lap is one of the most powerful in all of mythology, a scene that transformed the creature from an untamable force into a willing captive. The origins of this poignant motif are deeply rooted in the medieval bestsheries, those illustrated manuscripts where animals were lessons in morality. The writers of these texts propose that the unicorn, for all its speed and strength, was so acutely aware of spiritual purity that it could sense its presence in a human soul. A virgin maiden seated alone in a forest glade became the only possible trap. Her innocence acted as a magnet, drawing the beast to her not through force or fear, but through a profound and irresistible affinity. In this surrender, medieval scholars saw a perfect allegory for the soul's relationship with the divine. The unicorn represented Christ himself, hunted by humanity, who willingly sacrificed himself after being received by the pure vessel of the Virgin Mary. The maiden was the church, and the act of capture was not a violation, but a sacred union, the wild soul finding peace only in a state of perfect grace. This interpretation gave the myth a profound theological weight, framing the unicorn's capture as the ultimate act of love and redemption. Yet the symbol also worked on a more human, secular level. In the age of chivalry, it perfectly embodied the ideals of courtly love. The unattainable, virtuous lady could tame the wild and passionate heart of her noble suitor, not by commanding him, but simply by being herself. The unicorn's surrender was a metaphor for the power of true innocence to command reverence and gentleness from even the most powerful and independent spirit. In modern times, this ancient trope has been revisited and often reframed. Some contemporary interpretations critique the motif, viewing the capture as a loss of wild freedom or questioning the emphasis on female virginity as a source of power. Yet the core of the story continues to resonate, frequently reimagined to emphasize a bond of mutual trust and gentleness. The maiden is no longer a passive trap, but an equal participant in a moment of profound connection. The unicorn approaches not to be captured, but to choose companionship, to share a moment of peace with a being whose spirit matches its own. This shift transforms the narrative from one of domination to one of understanding, where the true magic lies not in the act of taking, but in the quiet, sacred space of trust that exists between two different kinds of creatures. This gentle bond, however, would soon face its greatest challenge, not from a hunter's spear, but from a new way of seeing the world that left little room for magic. The unicorn's journey from heraldic emblem to literary legend began in the vibrant pages of poetry, where its image evolved once more. Edmund Spenser's epic 16th century work, The Faerie Queene, presents the creature not merely as a symbol, but as a living test of virtue. In his allegorical landscape, the unicorn is so swift and elusive, it can only be seen by a truly pure and faithful person. Spenser writes that falsehood cannot approach it, framing the beast as a physical manifestation of truth itself, a glorious prize that reveals the inner worth of those who seek it. Here, the medieval hunt is internalized, the pursuit becoming a quest for moral clarity where only the worthy can even glimpse the goal. Centuries later, T.H. White would reinterpret the legend with a poignant modern sensitivity in his novel The Once and Future King. In a memorable scene, the young King Arthur and his knights encounter a solitary unicorn in the forest. The creature is described with a heartbreaking beauty, its movements a perfect ballet of wild grace. Yet the moment is shadowed with melancholy, for White frames the unicorn as a being from an older, purer world, one that is inevitably fading before the encroaching tide of human industry and rationality. Its elusive nature is no longer just a trait, but a tragedy, a symbol of all the magic that must vanish from a world becoming too practical to believe in it. These literary works pushed the unicorn beyond simple allegory, using its form to explore the human relationship with the unattainable, whether that be perfect truth or a vanishing sense of wonder. This literary thread would weave its way directly into the 20th century, where the unicorn found a new and powerful home in the realms of modern fantasy, becoming an icon for an entire generation searching for escape and meaning. This new age of reason, with its sharp focus on observation and evidence, could find no trace of the unicorn in the wild. The great voyages of exploration that mapped the globe returned with meticulous logs and detailed sketches of countless new species, yet the one-horned horse was conspicuously absent from every cargo hold. The creature that had once been a serious subject of natural history was now being pushed to the fringes of fantasy. Perhaps the most famous and damning account came from the legendary traveler Marco Polo. Venturing deep into the islands of Indonesia, he believed he had finally encountered the fabled beast. His description, however, was one of profound disappointment. He wrote of ungainly creatures that were altogether different from our notions of them, describing them as elephants in size, with the hair of a buffalo and feet like an elephant's. He noted a single large black horn in the middle of the forehead, but concluded they are very ugly brutes to look at. He had, of course, stumbled upon the rhinoceros. His report, widely circulated, delivered a powerful blow to the myth. Here was a respected eyewitness declaring that the reality of the one-horned creature was a far cry from its elegant legend. Other naturalists followed, systematically dismantling the belief in the unicorn's physical existence. They pointed out that no skeletal remains with a single frontal horn had ever been found. They argued from anatomy, explaining that a horse-like animal with a single central horn was a biological improbability, as the skull structure required to support such a weapon would be entirely different from any known equine. The very horns that had been so prized in royal treasuries were conclusively identified as the tusks of the narwhal, a creature of the sea, not the forest. The magical properties of alicorn were tested and found wanting, the cups failing to sweat in the presence of poison. Slowly and irrevocably, the unicorn was evicted from the natural world. It could no longer be catalogued alongside the lion or the elephant. Its home was no longer the distant, unexplored wilderness, but the pages of poetry, the frames of tapestries, and the inner landscape of the human spirit. It completed its great migration from a creature of flesh and blood to a permanent resident of the realm of symbols, a figure whose truth was now entirely metaphorical, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had for a moment forgotten how to believe. Yet even as science dismissed it, the unicorn was quietly finding refuge in a new kind of sanctuary, the pages of modern fantasy. It was here that the creature shed its old allegorical skin and was reborn with a complex beating heart, nowhere more powerfully than in Peter S. Beagle's 1968 masterpiece, The Last Unicorn. This was not a story about capturing the beast, but about the profound loneliness of being the last of your kind. The unicorn herself is ancient and timeless, yet she begins to doubt her own reality when she realizes she has seen no others like her. Her quest to find the missing unicorns becomes a poignant exploration of identity, loss, and the cost of becoming human. When she is magically transformed into the mortal Lady Amalthea, she experiences love and fear for the first time, but at the terrible price of forgetting her true nature. The story asks a haunting question: is it better to live safely as a forgetful mortal, or to embrace your magical, painful truth even if it means eternal solitude? The novel resonated deeply because it mirrored a growing cultural anxiety, the fear that wonder itself was an endangered species in an increasingly industrialized and cynical world. The unicorn became a symbol for all that is rare, beautiful, and threatened with extinction, not just in the natural world, but within the human spirit. This theme echoed elsewhere, from the gentle, healing unicorns in C.S. Lewis's Narnia to their glittering, idealized forms in early anime like My Little Pony. Each iteration explored a different facet of the myth, but they all shared a common thread, a longing for a touch of grace in a disenchanted world. By the end of the 20th century, the unicorn was no longer confined to dusty bestiaries or royal crests. It had successfully migrated into the vibrant, sprawling landscape of popular culture, fully prepared for its next, and perhaps most colorful, transformation. That solitary, luminous creature from the forest has now galloped straight into the heart of our digital age. You find its silhouette on toddlers' pajamas, its iridescent horn on coffee mugs, and its likeness rendered in 1,000 shades of neon pink in animated films. The unicorn has been fully embraced by contemporary culture, but in the process, it has undergone a radical makeover. Its modern identity is built on a foundation of rainbows, sparkles, and an unapologetic celebration of whimsy. It has become a shorthand for pure, uncomplicated joy, a beacon of individuality in a world that often values conformity. This is the unicorn of birthday parties and social media avatars, a far cry from the beast that once symbolized God's untamable power or the philosophical Mercury of the alchemists. How did a symbol of such profound gravity become so weightless and bright? The transformation is a story of commercialization and a collective yearning for light-hearted magic. Marketing departments quickly recognize the creature's appeal, its inherent uniqueness making it a perfect vessel for selling everything from cereal to cryptocurrency. The rainbow motif, once a symbol of divine covenant, was repurposed into a spectrum of pure candy-colored fun. This was not a slow erosion of meaning, but a deliberate rebranding for a new audience that sought enchantment without the complexity of allegory or the shadow of the hunt. Yet, even within this glittering new existence, echoes of the old myths persist. The modern unicorn still represents something rare and special, a person or an idea that stands out from the crowd. Its association with LGBTQ+ pride, for instance, reclaims that idea of unique identity and celebrates it as a source of strength and beauty, a powerful evolution of the creature's symbolic legacy. We have traded the sacred for the sensational, the mystical for the marketable, but in doing so, we have also democratized its magic, making a symbol of the extraordinary accessible to everyone. The question this raises is a poignant one. In making the unicorn so common, have we lost touch with the very rarity that made it so precious to begin with? That elegant silhouette is a careful construction of symbols, each feature a piece of a larger puzzle. The creature's fundamental shape is that of a horse, an animal long associated with nobility, grace, and untamed freedom. This was not a common workhorse, but a steed fit for a king, embodying the highest ideals of beauty and power. Yet, look closer at its feet, and you will find a departure from the solid hooves of a horse. They are cloven, split into two distinct parts, a characteristic borrowed from the goat. In the medieval mind, this was no arbitrary design. The goat was a creature of high, precarious places, perfectly at home on treacherous mountain ledges. These cloven hooves connected the unicorn to the idea of spiritual sure-footedness, an ability to navigate the most difficult and elevated paths of virtue without stumbling. Its tail, often depicted as long and tufted like that of a lion, added another layer of meaning. The lion was the king of beasts, a universal emblem of courage and majestic authority. This detail infused the unicorn with a latent regal power, a ferocity held in reserve, and then, of course, there is the horn. This was not merely a weapon, but a divine instrument. Its straight, spiraled form was seen as a lance of truth, a single, focused point capable of piercing through deception and falsehood. It was believed to have the power to purify poisoned waters simply by touching them, making it the ultimate symbol of spiritual defense and cleansing. Every aspect of its form, from its goat-like feet to its lion's tail, served to create a composite being of perfect virtue, a creature whose very body was a sermon on purity, power, and grace. This universal pattern of the one-horned beast is a story written across the entire human map. Far from the castles of Europe and the courts of China, other cultures were dreaming their own versions of the solitary horn, each one shaped by the landscape and spirit of its people. In the vast deserts and rich poetic traditions of Persia, storytellers spoke of the Shadhavar, a creature as elusive as a melody. It was said to resemble a graceful gazelle, but from its forehead grew a single, magnificent horn with 42 hollow branches. When the wind passed through this intricate flute-like structure, it produced a sound of such haunting beauty that it could enchant any animal who heard it, drawing them into a trance of pure, passive wonder. This was not a horn for combat or purification, but for art, a symbol of nature's own sublime and captivating music. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in the misty fjords and fierce volcanoes of Chilean folklore, a very different creature roamed. The Kemahuito was not a figure of grace, but of raw, elemental power. Imagine a massive, bull-like beast bursting with primal energy, its single horn not a delicate spiral, but a formidable weapon. This creature was born in deep, remote rivers and would, upon reaching maturity, erupt from the water to carve new channels through the earth with its unstoppable strength, tearing down everything in its path. Yet, for all its destructive potential, the Kemahuito's horn was also sought for its potent medicinal properties, believed to grant vitality and cure ailments if even a sliver was carefully harvested. From the musical gazelle of the desert wind to the earth-shaking bull of the Andes, these parallel myths reveal a profound truth. The human mind, in its endless creativity, seems to have independently arrived at the image of a singular horn as a vessel for the extraordinary, whether that be enchanting beauty, untamable power, or miraculous healing. It appears we were all, in our own separate ways, trying to give form to the same magnificent idea. This serene image of the unicorn, kneeling in a maiden's lap, is only one side of its ancient story. For all its association with grace, the creature possessed a ferocity that made it one of the most dangerous beasts in the medieval imagination. These were not creatures to be approached, they were monsters to be outwitted. In the oldest bestiaries, the unicorn's horn was not just for purifying water. It was a lance of unimaginable power, a weapon that could impale a dozen armed men with a single furious charge. Its speed was said to be like lightning, its strength enough to topple small trees. To hunt such a beast with spear and hound was considered a fool's errand, a direct path to a gruesome death. The only way to capture a unicorn was through a strategy that relied entirely on its own nature, a clever trap that turned its greatest weakness into a hunter's only advantage. This was not a test of strength, but a test of cunning. The method was always the same. Hunters would seek out a secluded forest glade, a place the unicorn was known to frequent. There, they would leave a young virgin maiden sitting alone and unarmed. The unicorn, sensing her absolute purity, would be drawn to her. It would approach slowly, lose its suspicion, and eventually lay its head in her lap, falling into a tranquil sleep. Only then, when the formidable beast was completely subdued and vulnerable, would the hunters reveal themselves from their hiding places to make their capture. This entire ritual reveals a creature of profound duality. Its immense physical power was neutralized not by a greater force, but by its own spiritual sensitivity. The myth warns that the greatest strengths can be undone by our most deeply held values. It presents the unicorn not as a passive symbol, but as a powerful, wild force of nature that could only be temporarily restrained by appealing to its own innate sense of virtue. This darker, more formidable aspect adds a necessary layer of depth to the legend, reminding us that true purity is not weakness, but a power so potent it can tame even the most savage and untamable heart. That luminous creature of myth also trots through the hidden landscapes of our own minds. The great psychologist Carl Jung would have seen the unicorn not as a mere animal, but as a profound archetype emerging directly from the collective unconscious, a shared psychic inheritance of all humanity. For Jung, such universal symbols are not invented, they are discovered, rising from the deep primordial waters of the human psyche to guide us toward wholeness. The unicorn, in this light, becomes a powerful representation of the self, the central archetype of our complete integrated personality. Its very form is a perfect symbol of this unity. The single spiraling horn piercing upward from the center of its forehead is an unmistakable image of focused consciousness and spiritual aspiration, a connection between the earthly and the divine. Yet its body is a harmonious blend of different creatures, the nobility of the horse, the sure-footedness of the goat, the power of the lion. This composite nature mirrors the goal of individuation, the lifelong process of acknowledging and integrating all the disparate parts of our own personality, the light and the shadow, into a cohesive and authentic whole. The unicorn's legendary journey from a wild, untamable force to a creature that surrenders to purity is a beautiful allegory for this inner work. Our initial state is often one of raw, unintegrated potential, powerful, but scattered and defensive, like the unicorn fiercely defending its forest. The path to self-realization is not about destroying this wildness, but about learning to approach it with reverence and understanding, to coax our own untamed spirit into a state of conscious harmony. The maiden in this psychological reading is not an external person, but a symbol of the ego's own capacity for innocence, receptivity, and conscious attention. When we sit in quiet self-reflection, we create that sacred clearing within ourselves. It is there that the wild, magnificent essence of our deeper self may finally choose to approach, to lay its head in our lap, and to be recognized. This moment of capture is not an imprisonment, but a sacred union, a reconciliation between our conscious mind and the vast, mysterious power of our unconscious. The unicorn's horn, capable of purifying poison, then becomes a symbol of the integrated self's ability to transform our inner conflicts and toxic patterns into sources of strength and wisdom. The creature's elusive nature reminds us that this state of wholeness is not a permanent possession, but a graceful and fleeting experience we must continually seek, a divine spark within that calls us ever forward on our own unique path. That single spiraled horn carried a name as specific as its purpose, the alicorn. For centuries, this was not the name of a creature, but of the substance itself, a word whispered in apothecaries and royal courts for the miraculous material that could supposedly cleanse poison and cure disease. It was the ultimate prize, the physical proof of the unicorn's legendary power. Language, however, has a magic of its own, and in the colorful forge of modern pop culture, this term was reforged. In worlds like the enormously popular My Little Pony franchise, an alicorn is no longer a horn, but a being, a majestic hybrid that combines the unicorn's horn with the vast feathered wings of a Pegasus. This is more than just a simple mash-up of mythical parts. The addition of wings fundamentally transforms the creature's symbolic meaning. Where the earth-bound unicorn represented purity and enclosed grace, the alicorn soars. It embodies a complete and elevated form of magic, uniting the grounded, purifying power of the horn with the boundless freedom and celestial reach of the wings. It becomes a symbol of ultimate authority and enlightenment, a creature no longer confined to the forest floor or the garden, but a ruler of the entire sky, bridging the earth and the heavens. This evolution from a prized object to a transcendent being reflects our own enduring desire to amplify the myths we love, to imagine a form of purity that is not only good but all-powerful, and a kind of magic that is truly without limits. Perhaps you have met a unicorn not in a waking story, but in the quiet theater of your own dreams. To encounter such a creature in sleep is a powerful and personal experience, one that often lingers long after you have opened your eyes. In the language of dreams, the unicorn rarely appears as a simple character from a fairy tale. It arrives as a profound symbol, a messenger from the deeper layers of your own mind. One of the most common interpretations is that it represents a deep, perhaps unspoken, longing for purity. This is not about moral perfection, but rather a yearning for clarity, for a return to a state of innocence where your choices feel authentic and untainted by the complexities of the world. The dream unicorn might be inviting you to cleanse an emotional or spiritual poison in your life, to find that pure spring within yourself where you can drink and be renewed. For others, the creature is a direct link to magic and intuition. Its appearance can signal that you are tapping into a well of creativity you have neglected, or that you should trust a gut feeling you have been dismissing. The unicorn is the embodiment of the extraordinary, and to dream of it is to be reminded that magic has not abandoned your world. It is simply waiting for you to recognize it. On an even more personal level, the unicorn can symbolize the emergence of a rare and beautiful aspect of your own self. It might represent a unique talent you are finally ready to share, a part of your personality you have kept hidden for fear of being too different, or a newfound sense of inner strength that feels both powerful and gentle. So the next time a unicorn visits your dreams, do not let the vision simply fade. Ask yourself what it was doing. Was it running free, or was it approaching you? Was it radiant and strong, or did it seem lost and lonely? Your answers will be unique to your own journey. The true meaning of the myth is not found in any single book of symbols, but in the quiet conversation between the legendary creature and the landscape of your own soul. Music has often been the only medium capable of capturing the unicorn's elusive spirit. Composers have reached for flutes, harps, and celestial choirs to translate its ethereal grace into sound, creating auditory landscapes where the mythical beast can truly live. The poet William Blake, in his Songs of Innocence and of Experience, wrote of the unicorn as a symbol of both primal freedom and sorrowful experience. When set to music by composers like Ralph Vaughan Williams, Blake's verses transform into a delicate, almost mournful melody. The music for the unicorn is rarely bold or martial. Instead, it floats with a gentle, pastoral quality, a lament for a lost world of innocence that still feels hauntingly present. In the realm of film, the unicorn's entrance is almost always accompanied by a specific kind of magic. The soundscape softens, the orchestration thins out, and a single, clear instrument like a music box, a glockenspiel, or a solo harp might take the lead. These are the sounds of enchantment itself, light and crystalline, suggesting not just beauty, but a profound and fragile otherworldliness. The music seems to shimmer, evoking the dappled light of a hidden forest glade and the creature's own luminous coat. It avoids heavy percussion or dissonance, favoring flowing, melodic lines that rise and fall with the effortless motion of a gallop through a dream. This is the sound of purity given form, a sonic representation of something too perfect for our world, something that can only be approached through the most delicate and reverent of harmonies. How does a simple sequence of notes manage to convey such a potent sense of wonder? That ancient symbol of unique and untamable spirit has found a powerful new home in the modern world. The unicorn has been joyfully embraced by the LGBTQ+ community, its image transformed into a vibrant emblem of pride and self-acceptance. This is no accident. The creature's legendary rarity and its inherent magic resonate deeply with the experience of being different in a world that often prizes conformity. To be a unicorn is to be one of a kind, to carry a special kind of light that cannot be hidden. Its modern aesthetic, drenched in rainbow hues and iridescent sparkle, aligns perfectly with the colors of the pride flag, creating a visual shorthand for celebration and visibility. This is not a dilution of the myth, but a profound evolution. The unicorn has been reclaimed from its passive role in the medieval hunt and reborn as a symbol of active, unapologetic identity. Where the maiden once tamed the beast, the modern unicorn tames nothing but the shadows of shame and secrecy. It represents the courage to be your authentic self, to let your true colors shine with the same brilliance as that legendary horn. This creature now stands for the beautiful truth that what makes you different is also what makes you magical, a beacon of hope in a journey toward a world where every unique spirit is not just tolerated, but celebrated for the rare and wonderful gift that it is. The idea of a real unicorn is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Cryptozoology, the study of hidden or unknown animals, offers a tantalizing lens through which to view the legend. Could the myth have been born from a genuine encounter with a creature now lost to time? One compelling candidate emerges from the fossil record, a beast that seems to have stepped right out of a prehistoric fantasy. This was the elasmotherium, a giant rhinoceros that roamed the steppes of Eurasia. It was colossal, far larger than any modern rhino, and its most striking feature was a single massive horn rising from the center of its forehead. Unlike the spiraled horn of legend, this was a thick, formidable weapon, possibly several feet long. Imagine the stories that would have been told by early humans who stumbled upon its skull, bleached white by the sun, or who heard ancestral tales of encountering the living giant. The sheer size of the animal and the solitary nature of its horn fit the core description of a powerful, one-horned beast. Over generations, as the memory of the living creature faded, the description could have been refined and romanticized, its bulky form evolving into the graceful horse-like figure of medieval tapestries. Yet while the elasmotherium provides a fascinating possible seed for the story, it is ultimately the myth itself that holds the real power. The transformation of a prehistoric rhino into a symbol of purity and grace speaks to something profound within us. We did not just describe an animal, we imbued it with our deepest hopes for healing, virtue, and magic. The legend's true home was never the dry plains of prehistory, but the fertile ground of the human imagination, where it continues to thrive, untamed and eternally beautiful. This same spirit of unique vision appears in the quiet shuffle of tarot cards. Within certain modern decks, the unicorn emerges not as a beast to be hunted, but as a guide for the soul's journey. It graces cards that speak of intuition, rare opportunity, and the courage to walk a path entirely your own. When you pull a card featuring this creature, the moment feels charged with a special kind of magic. It is as if a lens has been cleared, offering a sudden, sharper view of your own potential. The unicorn's presence in a reading is a powerful nudge to stop following the well-worn tracks of others and to trust the faint, glowing trail of your own instincts. It symbolizes a call to embrace what makes you different, not as a flaw, but as your greatest strength. This is not a promise of an easy path, but a confirmation that the difficult, unique one is often the most rewarding. The card asks you to listen to the quiet, magical guidance that has been whispering to you all along, assuring you that your singular perspective is not a mistake, but a gift meant to be shared with the world. The unicorn's magic has not faded, it has simply found new sacred groves. In modern pagan and Wiccan traditions, this legendary creature is honored not as a distant myth, but as a living spiritual presence, a bridge to the most benevolent forces of nature. Practitioners might call upon the unicorn's essence during rituals of purification, perhaps by placing a silver candle beside a figurine on their altar, visualizing its horn as a beam of white light scouring away negative energy. Its connection to healing makes it a powerful ally in spells or meditations aimed at emotional or physical recovery. Where one might envision drinking from a spring the unicorn has just touched, filling the body with its cleansing vitality. For those seeking a deeper bond with the natural world, the unicorn serves as a guide to the consciousness of the wild. A walk in the woods can become a silent invitation, an openness to sensing the playful spirit of a stream or the ancient wisdom of a stone, channeled through the unicorn's gentle authority. Many create personal altars as a focal point for this connection. A small statue might be surrounded by clear quartz crystals for amplification, fresh flowers to represent natural grace, and a bowl of clean water to symbolize the purity it embodies. In meditation, focusing on the image of the unicorn galloping through a sun-dappled glade is not mere daydreaming. It is a deliberate practice to attract those very qualities into one's own life, an active cultivation of grace, positivity, and a sense of protected wonder. This is the myth made active, a personal partnership with a symbol of purity that asks only for a quiet heart and an open mind to make its gentle magic real. That same legendary rarity has now galloped straight into the world of high finance. In 2013, venture capitalist Aileen Lee coined a term that would reshape how we talk about business success: the unicorn startup. She used the mythical creature's name to describe the statistical improbability of a private company reaching a valuation of over $1 billion. Just like the beast of lore, these companies were seemingly impossible to find, magical in their rapid growth, and represented a dream of pure potential realized. The label stuck because it perfectly captured the essence of the old myth, translating the unicorn's symbolic value into the language of modern capitalism. We no longer hunt for the creature in an enchanted forest, we search for it in Silicon Valley's incubators and on pitch decks. Its horn is no longer a physical antidote to poison, but a metaphorical one that promises to disrupt entire industries and cure market inefficiencies. The symbolism is a perfect fit. The unicorn's historic association with immense, almost unbelievable value echoes directly in the staggering financial valuations of these companies. Its elusive nature mirrors the high-risk, high-reward game of venture capital, where for every 1,000 startups, only a handful ever achieve that billion-dollar status. And just as the mythical unicorn was a composite of different animals, A modern unicorn startup often combines disparate technologies or business models to create something entirely new and transformative. This linguistic borrowing shows how deeply the archetype is woven into our collective thinking. We still use the image of the one-horned wonder to give form to our most ambitious aspirations, whether they are spiritual or financial. The hunt has simply changed venues, and the prize is no longer a purified soul, but a revolutionary app and a paradigm-shifting market share. So tonight, let this ancient story be your lullaby. For thousands of years, across every culture, the unicorn has always returned to these same quiet shores of meaning. It is the promise of peace that cannot be disturbed, a beauty that exists beyond the reach of grasping hands, a grace that remains untouchable because it is born from within. From the sun-baked river valleys of antiquity to the hushed halls of medieval castles, from the alchemist's fiery furnace to the quiet page of a child's storybook, the creature has carried this one constant light. It is the gentle but unbreakable thread of serenity woven through the noisy tapestry of human history. Now, let all those distant tales soften into a single soothing image just for you. Picture a secluded glade bathed in the soft silver of a full moon. The air is still and cool, carrying the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. In the very center of this clearing, nestled in a bed of deep velvety moss, lies the unicorn. Its luminous coat seems to glow with a light of its own, a soft white beacon in the darkness. Its chest rises and falls in a slow, steady rhythm, and its spiraled horn rests peacefully, a quiet promise that here, in this moment, all is pure, all is safe, all is well. There are no hunters here, no quests left unfinished. There is only the deep, resonant peace of a creature completely at rest. Let your own breathing slow to match its tranquil rhythm. Feel the weight of the day beginning to dissolve in the moonlight, as if the unicorn's very presence is cleansing the air you breathe. This is the gift the myth has been holding for you all along, a sanctuary of silence and grace, waiting for you to close your eyes and step inside. Follow the soft, mossy path that winds deeper into the woods. A gentle mist clings to the ferns, and the air is cool against your skin, carrying the clean, crisp scent of pine and the rich aroma of damp earth after a rain. Every footstep is hushed, absorbed by a carpet of fallen leaves. The first rays of dawn filter through the canopy above, turning the mist into 1,000 shimmering strands of gold. You are safe here, wrapped in the deep, resonant quiet of the forest waking. As you walk, a natural opening appears between the ancient trees, a circular clearing bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. And there, in the very center it stands. The unicorn is a vision of serene stillness, its white coat seeming to glow with a gentle luminescence from within. Its head is lowered slightly as it nibbles on the clover that dots the grass, completely at peace. Notice the way the early light catches the elegant spiral of its horn, how its mane falls like spun moonlight over its powerful neck. There is no need to approach, no need to do anything at all. Simply find a comfortable place to sit at the edge of the clearing and observe. Watch the steady, rhythmic rise and fall of its sides as it breathes. See how its ears twitch at the distant song of a waking bird. With every quiet breath it takes, a wave of profound calm begins to flow outward, washing over you like a gentle tide. Feel that tranquility seeping into your own being, loosening the tightness in your shoulders, softening the furrow in your brow. All the noise and worry you carried in with you simply dissolves in this sacred space, leaving behind a deep, resonant silence within your own heart. Just for this moment, there is nothing to solve, nothing to chase. There is only this peaceful presence, the shared quiet, and the gentle understanding that you too are part of this perfect, untroubled peace. Perhaps the most profound truth the unicorn offers us is that its magic was never meant to be found in a distant forest. That luminous grace, that unshakable strength, that core of pure authenticity, these are not prizes to be won, but qualities that already reside within you. The entire epic journey of this mythical creature, from its wild power to its serene gentleness, mirrors our own human path towards self-acceptance. Your unique spirit, the very part of you that feels different or set apart, is not a flaw. It is your horn, your singular gift to a world that often values conformity. Think of the unicorn's legendary purity not as an impossible standard of perfection, but as the clarity that comes from living in alignment with your deepest truths. Its grace is the kindness you extend to yourself and others, even on difficult days. Its formidable strength is the quiet courage you summon to stand by your convictions. You carry an inner magic that is entirely your own, a light that no one else can replicate. So how might your life change if you began to move through the world with the unicorn's confidence? This does not require a dramatic transformation, but a simple, steady recognition. It means trusting your intuition as your guiding horn, piercing through doubt and deception. It means walking with the gentle sure-footedness of a creature that knows its own path without needing to trample the paths of others. You are the guardian of your own sacred grove. Embrace your peculiarities, your passions, and your quiet dreams, for they are the iridescent strands of your mythical mane. The unicorn's enduring power was never in its capture, but in its wild, beautiful freedom. Your greatest power lies in that very same freedom to be fully, unapologetically, and magically yourself. And so, as our journey through the myth of the unicorn comes to a close, let the image of this graceful creature linger in your mind. It is more than a memory from a storybook. It is a beacon of the purity we all secretly long for, a testament to the quiet magic that whispers just beyond the edge of ordinary sight. For thousands of years, across deserts and forests and kingdoms, we have told its story not because we believed in a simple animal, but because we believed in what it represented, a part of ourselves that remains untamed, beautiful, and inherently good. Thank you for listening, dear dreamer, and for sharing this quiet space where legends can breathe. May your sleep be deep and restorative. May your dreams be sweet and filled with gentle wonders. And when you wake, may you always carry a small, resilient spark of the unicorn's own grace within you, a reminder that the most real magic is the kindness and strength you choose to bring into the world. Good night. Sleep.